Alright. Hello. Welcome back. It's been a couple weeks. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Right. Last we had left off, you had bested Velavaria's games, including her final little performance where she took on the guise of Sunlar and had you try to discern which one was real and which was the imposter. You successfully discerned which Sunlar was the real Sunlar, and all of you, including Sunlar and Velavaria herself, made an exit from the strange, twisted realm that makes up her room. Upon exiting, you noticed that it seemed like whatever strange powers of imagination and pretend that she held were simply that outside of her room, just pretend. Imagination, no actual power. So upon learning this, you had said goodbye, told her to go back, basically, and then you, Kirin Group, as well as Otir and Sunlar, made ready to move forward. There was discussion on whether or not to go to Concordia for to see what was going on closer to the Bloodlands or to Pomona, as that would be where a wealth of intelligence was flowing through. After all that you had been through, maybe 3-4 days or so have passed outside of Velavaria's realm in the few hours that you had spent within it. And so, that is about where we left off, I think. Unless anyone has anything else to add that I've forgotten, or any questions that need asking before we jump in. You guys have all taken your rest, gotten your level 10s, and that's where we are now. Either the night before or the morning or somewhere in between, depending on what you guys want to do.
Yeah.
So, say then that not really morning. It's very, very early morning, as you guys had a pretty early. You set up camp pretty early the day before. Time weird. So I'll say that it's about a couple hours before first light when the majority of you find yourselves well enough rested to greet the day. You guys remember what you were planning on doing or what the thoughts were?
I believe we were going to Concordia with Sunlar's help to double check the situation with the wardens there first, because he was kind of in a toss up whether he should go to Pomona or Concordia.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was actively going to Pomona after this long
Shut
run.
up. You shut up.
Okay.
What are you
He's
talking
coming to
about?
Concordia
Didn't-
with us.
You're
Didn't
so
we
right.
come-
He
Convince
initially
him?
wanted that. Yeah. We convinced him to come with us to Concordia. No?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wait.
He did
yeah.
because he was like, "Oh, I could get to Pomona so much faster if I didn't have to help you guys." But like, I guess.
Hell yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Well, the first rest in 4 days.
Right?
How many levels of exhaustion did I have?
27.
Ah.
You're dead.
Wow.
You're super
You're
dead.
dead.
I'm
You're
long
dead.
dead.
You're dead. You're long dead.
Yeah.
You're dead.
You're dead.
You're dead.
You're dead.
Dead kid.
Do, 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 do.
Yes. Suggestion would just be waiting for everybody to wake up, I guess.
Alright.
Once everybody was awake, it'd be, early bird gets the worm and all.
Zika's waking up. Just first, it's been a long day before. He's well rested. He's stretching, rolling up his little bedroll.
So Soonlar and his elvish nature has been rested for some time now. He's a bit away from the rest of the group. Maybe meditating, maybe like kind of staring off into space, has a bit of a vacant expression as he stares forward. One hand is sort of idly just tracing the area where his wound is above his robe.
You know what? I'll approach him.
Okay. You get
So-
pretty much almost right up to him. He doesn't seem to notice. He's like spaced out.
Okay. And Tula, are you there?
Yes. So I didn't see your approach suggestion.
You did seem not here. Speak.
Just thinking.
An awful lot of thinking, I'm sure, that you need to do.
He nods and then kind of like catches the idle motion that he was, kind of just grazing his finger over that wound down his chest and notices that he was doing it and removes his hand from the area and before standing up in front of you, dusting off his legs. Well, this seems like...
I was going to say, anything you remember from that? Kind of point at his chest.
Not sure exactly which fiend gave it to me, or if it was just one. It certainly happened before I made my escape. After retreating into the Fae, everything kind of went a bit hazy. I'm certain that this came from a fiend of some sort before everything went completely sideways. But it seems to be holding up for now, whatever it is. Strange, though.
A bit reckless of you to go out there without any rest before, don't you think? you dropped us off and opened another portal through the tree and just went right back.
Perhaps I wasn't intending. Did not intend to go back out there, as it were. But the situation had changed, and I didn't exactly have a choice.
This happened around the same area we were in when you took us through.
Similar, a bit further, but it was a nexus rift that opened that caused everything to go the way it did. Undoubtedly, the Asmodeus line has been pushed further than it was when you were there, when Kieran was there. How far further I cannot say. Before it was controlled, held back. Maybe it reached Concordia, maybe it didn't.
Hmm. That would be quite unfortunate. And what of the others who came with you? Did you know anything of them?
He shakes his head. Some may have made it. Some, I know for certain, did not. It wasn't as controlled as it was when we went there.
A real shame that then. Um. Well, hopefully you are well rested enough to accommodate everything to bring us to Concordia.
He raises his hand back to the wound on his chest and... Yeah. Once everyone's ready, I'm sure I'll be able to do that.
He nods and starts kind of walking away for a moment, but then kind of turns back and looks at him and says, "Hmm, one thing. How do you feel about me now?"
Well,
Still think you can show me your back without a worry?
I'm sure you had ample opportunity if that was your sole intention. However, you face the same direction that the rest of Kieran faces, the same direction we're all facing, at least for the time being, so that is not nothing. I... well... You would
And I
not
assure
be
you that
my
won't
first
change.
choice at... You would not be the first choice if I had to have someone watching my back, but you're far from the last, at the very least.
Oh, your words hurt me so. That will do.
Well, that was... It's...
That will
He
do for now.
gives her a grin, but as you're turning away, you see it fall off, and like he's again kind of just staring off a bit, tracing his robe above the wound that carves down his chest. Thus, if you are either coming to consciousness or otherwise ending your rest. Here. Do you think that they'll have good food in Concordia? I mean, I know that shouldn't be our primary focus, but I think that's, well, just, no.
I sure hope so. It's the little things that keep you sane.
Well, the quality of the food that you can find in a place that should be indicative of, how well off or poor things are. If people are starving in the streets, certainly that wouldn't be a good sign.
Yep.
Remind me again how long until we get to Concordia? Are we? Oh, are we traveling on foot or some other method?
Soon walks up. Shouldn't be any time at all. Just once you're all ready, I can open a portal. He points to a nearby tree large enough to facilitate his magics, and he should be there. Well, like I said, just as soon as we're all ready. He looks to everyone. I should be able to keep it long enough to get you all through.
That's good. Are you also familiar with the layout or the location itself? Have you been there before?
Concordia itself, I've been not intimately familiar, but been through it as far as I needed to for warden business with my sister and the rest of Echo. I've not been sightseeing, so I could not give you a tour, as it were.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not asking for a tour. I just kind of. The faster we move, the better.
My familiarity is with a little thicket of trees some time outside of the city itself. Should not be any more than a 20-minute walk to get to the gates.
Fred's gonna nod her her head.
Not her, Ned.
And then just gonna remain silent, but she's gonna start stretching and
Okay.
yeah, moving.
So, is everyone ready? Is anyone not ready?
I'm good to go.
I am also good to go.
I'm all packed up.
Alright.
Yep.
So, Sular nods and takes a few slow, kind of shuffling steps towards the tree and places his hand on it. Couple moments and nothing happens. See him clenching his jaw. Then little spark of his fiery druidic magic, but almost as if shocked, he recoils from the tree itself and clenches at his chest, staggering back, almost falling to a knee, but righting himself.
What happened? Or rather, are you okay?
You can see him seething as he's almost like he's doubled over, clenching at the wound in his chest, but slowly he untenses and rights himself. His breathing is still a bit labored. His eyes are a bit wide with both confusion and something else. It's there. It's there, so why can't I? And he goes back, places his hand on the tree again, and with a grunt of exertion, you can see it happen almost again. This recoil from the magic. He staggers back. This time does actually fall to a knee, clenches at his chest, and stays there, panting, taking his hand away from where he was clenching. You can see that there's blood.
Fred's gonna approach him and kind of assess the situation. Maybe see if he's willing to get on his feet again, or if he should stay down.
You see, he seems fine. He's on one knee right now. He's just staring at the blood, and his eyes are wide and almost like not so much panicking or in pain, but analyzing. Like you could see him calculating, trying to figure out what's going on, why this is happening, what's happening.
Okay, you probably should not try again if you try twice.
What's happening? It's there. I can feel it. I know it, but why? What is this? What happened? Do you know? Do any of you know? What happened to me? What did that thing do to me? Just confirms it. Something's changed. He goes. Need a moment to redress this wound. He walks away, stripping off his robe top and assessing the stitching that had begun to come undone.
Fred's gonna approach Ezekiel. You mind seeing if you can assist in some way? It looks like he was bleeding.
Certainly. Ezekiel's gonna go over to um he's gonna go over to him.
Mhm.
And do I have something that could help?
Did I do something?
Did I prepare
Jazz
your
hands.
wounds?
Jazz hands. I'm just gonna do something. Okay.
Nah.
Could I? I'll just healing word him.
A beast.
That is hopefully this does something at all. A D4. Oh, max roll 8 healing.
8. All right. So as the bleeding stops, as the wound kind of sutures a bit back, you can still see the crimson liquid that had spilled out around his chest and on his hand. His hand is slightly shaking, but his face is, again, more analytical. His eyes are darting back and forth, trying to piece together what is going on. I know how. Why can't I? What is it? His idle hand raises to start trailing back up and down the scar of the wound of stitching and ceramic.
Perhaps you didn't get enough rest?
That shouldn't be it. I've gotten, well, I was resting the entire time that you had, since you had found me, and gotten more than enough.
Well,
Been through.
I don't remember if we addressed it, but if I recall correctly, it mentioned that you were like, I don't know what happened to you, Sunlar, but mentioned that you were broken and that it fixed you somehow.
With that, we can presume you were probably dead. Is your magic reliant on something of that? Does that make any sense? If you've died and been brought back, do you lose your ability to use whatever magics you have?
Well, at least not for all of us.
It
No, she seems fine.
really did say that there were parts so broken that she had to replace it with other things. Um, maybe that's part of your soul, your ability to do magic.
Well, replacing parts shouldn't
Well,
affect.
well, it didn't sound like body parts. It sounded like it was something else, something not normally tangible.
Perhaps.
Jin clenching and unclenching his jaw. With a flick of his wrist, a shower of sparks and embers forms into a fiery butterfly spirit that hovers his head and then lands on his outstretched finger. You too, hey buddy. And in a small wisp of smoke, the wildfire spirit dissipates.
Maybe it's just not something that you can do with just one night's of rest. That would be understandable if you put in such a traumatic state.
Whatever it is, I cannot get you to Concordia via the trees. I don't know what's happened to me. I still know what I knew. It's
Could I examine you? Maybe it's a bit something, well, what I do, sort of, now. Maybe it's related to that.
what it is that you do, sort of now, Persephone.
Oh, well, I take bits of this and that and try to, well, wield it myself.
Going to try to take
No,
bits of me.
not take anything from you, but just see if maybe that's a bit of what happened to you. Because, depending on what I graft onto myself, it changes my abilities.
He opens his arms. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. If what you said, Bishop, is true, I don't know what this means. I still know everything that I knew. It's just not responding. Almost as if I don't have the means, the the fuel to ignite the flame, to ignite the spark.
Well, I can't say for sure. I mean, some of the things that Billy says sounds a lot like nonsense, so it's just what I thought. But maybe what happened to you was so bad that he needed to use some of your strength to bring you back to life at all. It's like you have to regain your strength, regain your power somehow again.
So, I would like to try to see if I can see if it's similar to what I do to myself, like where she stitched them together, if that's at all even slightly.
Alright, so what are you trying to check? You're trying to see if he's...
Basically, if she's grafted him, essentially so he would survive, whatever, because he was so damaged that she needed to add extra parts. So what did she, is it that maybe he's not entirely, just an elf anymore?
Alright, so what... Let's see, what kind of check would you be trying to make? I'm going to make an Arcana check.
Well, that's a 25 total.
Okay. As a matter of fact, there are similarities here. Though it's not like your own, where you would take something from something else, basically the spirit slivers that you take to assume some properties or abilities of different types of creatures. This is more, well, it gives more understanding to what Bishop alluded to earlier and what Velaveria had said, that she needed to take parts of him to fix him. And you can definitely get the sense of it was not a physical thing, but perhaps that bit of ability, prowess, magic, something needed to be done to counteract the wound, to fix him, at least in her eyes. Whatever it was, definitely seems linked to this, especially because the exertion that, from trying to cast a spell, caused the wound to agitated the wound.
So, doesn't seem quite like what I do exactly, and not physical. It's, well, like Bishop said, kind of, alluded to that. I think your magic is keeping you alive.
I have to find a way to undo this. I need to get back to Risana. I need to get back to my sister. She'll be able to undo whatever it is this is. What do you know? What did she say? What did that thing do to me?
Well, Bishop really summed it up quite well. I mean, it's basically all she told us is what he told you. You were found. I don't believe you were alive at the time, and she brought you back, but she did it the only way she knows how, which seems to have been with a price. And
Need to think. He places his fist up to his forehead. Come on. I need to find my sister. I need to find my sister. That means I need to return to Pomona. They'll know. The Gators will know.
You're not exactly in the shape to make a trip to Pomona on your own.
I'll be fine. The road to Pomona is certainly safer than the one to Concordia and what lies beyond. We came this far together. This should be fine.
Are you
I
sure?
have-
Do you have a way? What about your magic?
Should he? That's a good see. You can see him beginning to focus. He goes up to the tree again, and you can see him cast a spell. And in a moment, he almost melds into the tree and exits from another one about 30 feet behind the rest of you. Okay, so that's where I am. All right, good to know at least.
Yeah, it
seems
doesn't look like
I'm-
you're gonna.
What
I
did
was
you say?
gonna say it doesn't look like you're gonna get too far, huh?
I'll be fine. I can make it back, though it does not seem as if I'm any stronger than perhaps any of you at the moment.
I wouldn't send any of us on our own anywhere. Like, it's not wise, it's not worth the risk, and let's go to Pomona if that's where we must, to find out more and how to fix you and how to. I mean, I'm grateful you're alive, and you're an asset whether or not you have the level of magic that you had before. It's not worth risking losing you again.
I can travel quicker on my own.
But can you?
Yes. I do not believe that all of you have the means with which to increase your mobility. I could travel further, I could travel faster.
And do you feel anything with the wound? Is it opening up again? Uh, are you going to be able to sustain this?
That I was fine with that level of magic. If as long as I don't push myself further than that, it should be all right. And with that, I can take a different form. I can fly. I'll be fine. Now that I understand where I am,
All right.
just need to find Risana. I need to find someone who can maybe fix this, undo this. I can't. This can't be what I am. And she has the realization of what's happened, how much he's lost. He starts to grow increasingly upset. He's impatient, maybe a little bit hasty, panicked.
Do you think that it's possible that your sister, Rizona, who is doing very difficult and important things about the world, would be closer to, well, Concordia and the line, to be honest? Or,
Maybe,
you
maybe
know,
not.
Velen
But
or.
wait, and Pomona is the way that I can know for sure.
might not be, though, because there's no magical communication right now.
I don't need magical communication. I will fly there. I will get there within a day or two.
What are you going... Now, I'm trying to say that Pomona might not be the source of information that it once was, because of the lack of magical communications. Do you understand? It's not a matter of getting there fast, it's that information can't get there fast right now.
Pomona's the hub of warden activity in the Republic. Regardless of magical communication, if any communication is still happening, it would go through there.
And you're sure your sister's going to be in Pomona? Is that the
No.
last time?
But I'm sure that that the best way to find where she is will be in Pomona. And I'll go from there.
Okay, well, do you only have a means by traveling yourself? Is it really that fast by yourself? Can you take someone else with you, maybe?
Perhaps. It would always be faster on my own, but I could assume a form that could carry another.
Faster is not always safer, and in times like these, we need to think before we act. What if, she kind of just scans the group? What if you, or Utir, what if you went with him? Made sure that he was safe as well? While we go to Concordia and establish communication between two friends. If you can.
Opposed to it. I would prefer not to. I mean, he looks to Ezekiel. You were speaking with Kaya. She didn't, from what she said, or what you said, it did not sound as if they were in the greatest of circumstances.
No.
Chimera is my group. I still... If something happened to them and I was not there, I don't need anyone coming with me. The road to Pomona. If there is danger between here and Pomona, something that could find me in the skies amongst the birds, then things are worse than we'd have thought. Oof. Let me return to... why am I don't need your permission. I'm going to return to Pomona. You can follow, send whoever you want after me, or go to Concordia. I don't care anymore, I need to go. And he turns and polymorphs into a red hawk and begins to fly away.
Okay.
He's still, he's not like gone now, but that's what he's doing.
You know, the one who did this to you is back that way, and maybe we could entreat some sort of fix.
I doubt that he cares. But unless anyone can chase him, and I don't think we can realistically.
What do you mean?
No.
I can just go after him, and we can go
No,
after him.
we
No,
can't. Melody,
he won't
we're
listen.
not only that, we technically take orders from him. And on top of that, we have to go to Concordia regardless.
We do not take orders from him. He does not know what he's doing, and that's just foolish. He's being foolish, and if he makes it to Pomona, great. Otherwise, he doesn't really want to cooperate, and he is having some sort of crisis at the moment, and it's very irresponsible to leave him, but, you know.
Do you want me to throw something at him?
Yeah. No. No, I don't think that's the best idea.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Could I
thanks though.
could I cast haste on myself and go after him?
You're gonna be just sprinting underneath him?
Well, no, flying after him because I can do that too.
Alright, sure.
I'm also open to being thrown if that's still a thing. But you know.
I don't think that you'll catch him by being
I won't.
thrown.
Tears like I'm
Okay.
not a.
I believe in you, Persephone.
Alright.
I mean,
So,
it he looks like he's perfectly fine. Like if he has something, he looks like he has to figure this out on his own. There are a bit more pressing matters, and his issue at the moment.
And if we can make it to, well, I don't know if we can make it to Concordia before he makes it over there. We can try to let them know or see if he's made it. I don't feel good about letting him go on his own, but I do believe we have to continue pushing forward.
So, Persephone, you take off into the sky, rushing after him. With haste, you are about as fast as him, so you are maintaining pace, though he is a little bit ahead of you.
So I would just call out to him, be like, "Look, I know it's scary. I can't imagine how frightened you are right now, and I don't know that this is the correct course of action, and you're not thinking straight."
The hawk starts to descend.
And you have absolutely no use to anybody dead again. Please don't be dead again. It's awful when you're dead.
He lands. Are you following him?
Yes.
He lands, drops the polymorph, and you guys are hundreds of feet now away from the rest of the group. And he walks directly up to you. I know exactly what I'm doing, Persephone. I am of no use to anyone like this. Whatever happened to me makes me just as weak as the rest of you.
Okay. That's fine. You can. Yes. You're not useless, though. You have knowledge that's important. And somewhere in your mind is what happened to you. I'm sure of it. And once you figure out what happened, maybe we could have it not happen again. Like, it's valuable. You're still
Again,
valuable,
I need to
even.
fix this. Pomona is not far away. The danger lies north to Concordia, beyond Concordia. What do you think is going to happen to me flying to Pomona? You're the one not thinking straight. You're the one not thinking rationally. I
You're
need
the
to
one who is
find
dead!
my sister. I need to undo this. I'm not anymore, and I may as well be if this is the extent of what I can do. It's somewhere. You don't understand. How could you? How could you have spent 4 times your lifetime getting stronger, honing my abilities? And that is gone now. How could you possibly understand that? I can't explain it to you. Just.
I know that loss is overwhelming at times, and that's just it, is you seem not alright. If you were perfectly calm and like, yes, Pomona is exactly where I need to be, I wouldn't have any doubt. But I'm just saying that so much has
sister.
changed. Yes.
Need to reconnect with Risana. The best way to find out where she is from Pomona's connections. Concordia may or may not be there.
And you send us out in a group. You say you're just as strong as us, and that's why we travel in a group, because we are as strong as we are. So you're as weak as we are now. So we need a group to travel, even if we can fly, because who knows?
Were I braving the dangers the unknown, sure, I'm going back to Pomona.
Yeah, but I don't know
If-
what's in Pomona, and neither do you. It could be anything there. We don't have any way to know. All we were told is just best of luck. Good luck. Go do what do you think you
What
should.
reason do we have to believe that the Bloodlands would have just skipped past Concordia, made their way to Pomona, and done some shit there? What are you talking about, Persephone? If anything is going wrong, it's up north. If things in Pomona have already fallen to the fiends, then there is no hope anywhere. So let us operate under the assumption that that is not the case.
Also this, we're just having an argument and you're about to keel over, so this concerns me. Like, I know I could just not argue with you and let you get on with it and not expend any more energy, but it is concerning, is it not?
So what would you have me go to Concordia? Go to the Bloodlands?
I don't want you in the Bloodlands. I've just thought you might find someone who could actually solve your problem where the problem, you know, like, I don't know.
I think it's more likely that that there will be useful, helpful warden resources in Concordia than Pomona.
That might be where the bulk of people are right now, yes. Anybody who has the
It's not
strength.
been a week. Well, you couldn't move the bulk of people to Concordia in a week. You think they just up and walked Ox Bellatoris across the plains to Concordia?
Not them. I meant anybody who was fighting in the Bloodlands, who got pushed back, who was of sufficient strength to be meeting that threat. That's all. And I don't know who's come
Soldiers and grunts will not have the information I need. I need to find Resana. She will have, if she's in contact with anyone, it would be the Legatus.
You're right.
I know.
So, alright. For sure. Try not to die, I guess.
Turns, looks like he's about to say something, but just shakes his head and once again polymorphs into a hawk and continues his flight towards Pomona. Sometime later, Persephone reconvenes with the rest of you.
Welcome back. Shall we keep going?
What else is there to do, weaklings like us?
Well, travel in a pack. I'm gonna pick up my my pack off the log I was sitting next to. Well, more journey. One less person, I suppose. We just got him back, but he's alive. Oh,
Well,
I wish he'd
but
stayed around for a second. Maybe I could have done something, but never mind.
oh, we got some walking ahead of us, so
Yep.
at least up early.
I wouldn't take what he said to heart. I don't think we're weak. He's just scared, confused.
I mean, if For instance, your muscles atrophied, incredibly so, then pretty sure that I'm looking at both Otir or Frederica. I'm pretty sure you'd both be spooked. It's natural.
I
I
wasn't
just
exactly sure what he was talking about, and I don't know what that word means, but maybe.
uh, uh, sh- uh you
What word?
lost muscle.
Oh, I guess I could understand that then. If I were to wake up one day and not be able to bench 3 times my body weight, it would be pretty
You
scary.
can bench 3 times your body weight.
Well, last I checked, I
Yeah.
mean, do you think that? Yes, it's not the strangest thing. Do you think
no.
that? Yeah. Wait, oh, I haven't checked recently. Do you think that place might have taken Frederica? We need to find a place to bench right now. I just need to make sure. Like, what if that weird tree place took away? Kind of checks his muscles. I think I'm good. I think I'm good.
I doubt you died and came back to life. So if I've
No
lost enough
stone
time,
stitching.
I think we've wasted enough time here. I was under the presumption we'd be back at Concordia already at this time.
Right.
Oh.
I'm not gonna argue with him. I mean, not only is he our higher up, but there's not much use talking to him if he's gonna be freaking out. So hopefully he finds what he needs to.
We have to decide what we do once we get to Concordia. Obviously, we need to speak to the wardens first and foremost. I do not volunteer myself. No?
Is he gonna put his hands on his head? Oh, I didn't establish a password. Oh, whatever.
Password for.
But for communication, it doesn't matter. Let's just go.
With Sunlar?
Yes.
Just call him bald. I guess.
Just call him.
maybe- Well, you can do it. I wouldn't, but that's something.
Just
I think he'd
call him
understand.
I'm not. No. Why would I call?
What was it? What was it that she said? Receding hairline?
Yeah, receding hairline. That's what she said. I'm not gonna do that to a higher up. I want to stay on his good side. That's funny though.
I didn't say it.
Probably still.
It's funny. What's so funny about it?
Oh no, you
Is he
have an
being-
amazing hairline. It's just you
Oh.
you choose to have it shaved off. I'm sure.
I think we talked about this.
Yeah, we
So,
did. It's awesome. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go for the like fist bump.
The fist bump? Yeah.
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 You
the only
could
furs that touch from this skin are from the beasts I slay.
Mhm.
you could send him a message using that as a reference and just be like, for reference, hairline, and then ask him to choose a better
reference
password.
hairline.
Yeah,
You might
yeah.
just not
I
answer
don't
out of
think it's a
spite
good
at that
idea.
point.
Because it just happened,
I mean,
nobody else would know about it.
yes,
Honestly, he did
it's
call us
not
weak. Do it.
unreasonable.
Oh, but
I
if
would
he
say he
does
doesn't have to
pick up with
try.
how mad he got, do you know how snippy he's gonna be with me?
Well, maybe it's enough to keep him going.
It's enough to keep him. I think he's fueled by a little bit more than enough anger right now. I'd rather not add fuel to that fire.
Well, we don't need to talk to him right now. He just left. Come on, let's keep going.
That probably makes it. That makes it the most reasonable reason to try to communicate with him.
Yeah, because he just left, so it's like, But do you think he'd even answer? I mean, he just cold-shouldered Persephone, so.
He spoke with me. He just couldn't be convinced. It's fine. You could send him a message. You don't have to be rude, but for security purposes, you could say you didn't like that nod at your hairline, and
Okay.
and just tell him to choose a word to use so that only you know the word.
Alright, this is a solid plan. Okay, I can't mess this up. I'm gonna hype myself up a little. Ezekiel's gonna smack his face. Okay, I'm gonna walk away real quick. Ezekiel's going to cast the sending spell directed towards our good man Sunlar.
Mhm.
Alright, Sunlar, I'm not going to call you back or anything like that. I understand. I am just trying to set up a form of communication. This is Ezekiel. Frame of reference, you didn't like the jab at your hairline, which is perfect, by the way. It's great. Elf to elf. Half elf, I guess. Anyways, could you just give me a word that we can both say at each other? I'll make my word hair. Sorry for any. The message is gonna cut off at that point.
Yep.
He's still apologizing, but he's just like
Yeah.
it's not going through.
Uh-huh. Your ears ring with the screech of a hawk.
Oh, wonderful. That's great. All
I
they're
don't think
gonna
it's
hear-
telepathic, is it?
Let's see. Sending. You send a sword. The spell enables understand the meaning of your message. They can answer in a like manner immediately. I'm assuming they have to talk into it, but
You send a short message of 25 words. The creature hears the message in its mind, recognizes you as the sender, and can answer it in a like manner. You send a short message. Yeah, yeah. It has a vocal component, which I'm assuming the message. So
yeah.
yeah.
Everyone's just gonna hear from my like where I went off to. It's just a
So-
hawk ringing directly into my mind.
Yep. So hair and squawk.
I can't even say my ears hurt. Well, I got a response, but it was just a hawk. Ow.
That's unique.
Yeah. So hopefully is what he meant to say. Oh. What a password. Okay, let's get going.
You look a little woozy there. You need a little slap to wake up?
No, I think I got more than enough to wake up for a while. I can't even begin to describe what it's like having a bird, well, a hawk squawk in your mind.
I
That
mean,
was very strange.
it's good though, because who would guess that?
Yeah. You know what?
It's
Fair
like super
point.
secure, right?
Yeah,
Good job, Ezekiel.
Which demon or devil is gonna go squaw in my ear?
Square.
uh,
Can't blame him. If Persephone was in Pomona, or I thought she was in Pomona, I'd go back too. Are you sure you don't need that slap?
you know what? Yeah, kind of.
Wow, I'll slap him.
Just not hard.
Can I inspire?
I will debuff you next combat. I swear to
That's
God.
crazy.
I will put Bane on you. I will take it.
What? Oh god.
The next combat is gonna be us against us.
Us against us.
True.
I'll be off then.
Oh my god.
Ezekiel's gonna get thrown a little bit forward from the slap.
Alright. So, walking to Concordia. You assume you are maybe 3 or 4 days out, depending on how hard you push yourself. At a normal walking pace.
I think that I would like to walk with a little bit of pep in my step. You know, a little faster than just we're dawdling along to Concordia when, you know, the line might have moved towards that, and
Whatever pep in her step is in mine as well.
Alright. I guess I'm asking, are you guys willing to risk exhaustion before reaching Concordia, or no?
I am. If everyone
Okay.
else is,
I am. I don't care.
If they're going, I'm like running behind them, like, hey, wait!
Wait, hold on. Stumble. Let me take my sandals off.
It's pep in your step because
No,
I
I'm
imagine
going
like
barefoot.
grandmas going on their morning walk with that little speed walking.
Yeah,
So-
those
No,
power
apparently
walking.
they're
This yeah,
sprinting.
power.
Alright, so how's everyone's food situation, by the way?
I do have the funny spell, so
The funny
I'm
spell.
assuming it's pretty good.
Yeah.
You guys eat?
Do you guys eat?
You
Same.
guys,
You guys eat?
Same.
Save that's crazy. Okay.
yo, what a guy.
I have rations somewhere, you know. I forgot about them after the funny spell was created. I mean, was being used. Yeah.
I'm sure the rations taste better than tofu.
Ah, yeah. Least of our worries.
It's sustenance.
So, walking from before sunrise to after sunset and into the night, your legs, lungs screaming at you by the time you finally decide that, well, rest is necessary. Probably walking for well over close to 16 plus hours today. Most of you find sleep all too easy. Some of you not able to get to sleep immediately due to the stress and soreness in your limbs. Regardless, you wake probably too early the following, driven by the sheer determination to reach Concordia despite your protesting bodies. You continue. On the road, ahead of you, you can see a cart. You hear it before you see it. The creak of wooden wheels overburdened. A covered cart drawn by two thin horses rounds a bend ahead. It's driven by a gaunt man in dusty traveler's clothes, but it's clear that this isn't some ordinary transport. As you get closer, you can see a pair of armed escorts on foot that flank the cart. Could somebody make an insight check for me? That a perception check as this is approaching. They notice you around the same time that them.
May I?
Sure.
And that is an 18 plus 18, 26.
Okay. You notice the driver seems to intentionally avoid eye contact. Upon noticing you, he subtly urges the horses to pick up speed. The two guards that flank the cart are armed and well equipped. Too well equipped to be simple guards, but they seem a little on edge, too nervous to be seasoned mercenaries. The cart itself is splattered with mud that nearly cakes the entire thing. The tarp that covers the wagon area is stained a dingy brown from what seemed to have been dirt, mud. Some of it still clings on in clumps.
Could I'm gonna tell the rest of the group this. Kind of just like in passing, I suppose. I don't think Ezekiel would think this is like an immediately important thing.
Okay.
So, Fred,
What is it?
did you notice the caravan passing by?
Funny. Hard to miss.
They
Yeah.
seemed. You said
Why
in a
are
bit of
they?
a hurry, right?
I would hope so. Wait, they or I mean us? Yeah, we're also in a hurry.
Man.
What? Did you want to
Yes,
speak with them?
No, no. No, no. It just seemed a little off. I suppose. Maybe.
They're coming from where, like, they're coming from the direction we're headed towards, correct?
Yep.
Wrong answer, Ezekiel. Obviously, we can ask them to see what's going on in Concordia as we continue going on.
And and how do you just suppose that?
They are coming up on you now. The horses urged into a slight trot as the driver continued, kind of just eyes intentionally forward, avoiding eye
Oh.
contact with you as the two armed guards kind of have to like power walk to keep pace with the cart.
I will
Doesn't
do that
seem
and
like
wave
they-
my hands.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna say it doesn't seem like they want to, but go on.
And I whistle. Hello! Are you taking notes, Ezekiel?
Ezekiel's gonna make a very like straight
you,
face
like,
and just look at the
Blocking
ground.
it, so you're just like you're just standing in the road, like
Mhm.
just saying hi.
Well, yeah. I'm trying to get them
hello.
to their attention.
The driver looks over, gives you a kind of half-hearted smile. Good day. He calls back, doesn't slow down the horses.
Wait, are you coming from Concordia? Is Concordia okay?
Yes, it's yes. Well, it's not exactly. Surrounding villages, just making a just dropped off, just sold off some wares and heading back down south to resupply.
Is it bad?
Resupply.
Is what bad?
Is it We haven't had word in Wardens, and we're heading to Concordia. Do you have any bit of information you could share? Could help.
Your wardens.
We've been out of contact.
The city still stands. I don't know what wardens, anything about the warden business. They go move through the city all the time, though. They certainly need you, and if you're going to help, I wish you all the blessing of any gods that will listen. Amelia, I'm in a hurry, though. Just at this point, they are like, he's still not kind of slowing down, and they've just passed by, and so he's kind of shouting back at you.
Resupplying for the town? The city?
That
just shrugs.
whoever will pay, yeah. Just continue.
Mm.
At this point, you're looking at the back of the caravan, the cart, the wagon.
Are we able to see anything sticking out the back of the wagon?
Make a perception check.
Will I be able to guide myself in this perception check?
Sure.
Oh, I don't like the way you said that. I don't like the...
Sure.
he's like, fuck you.
Not realistic. Like, I mean, like, because you weren't like engaging in anything. It's not like you said something and then tried to guide after persuasion. Could have been like in preparation for looking real close, giving yourself guidance. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm trying to stare real hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
He takes out his glasses.
My bifocals.
My bifocals.
Okay. So there it is. Oh, I didn't just roll the d4. Okay, well we're gonna take this to the next level. Hold on. Oh man, that's gonna be a 27.
Jeez. Okay. So, as you look at the back, the entirety of the cart again, the wagon seems to have been like splattered and covered in mud. There are places where there's still clumps of mud and grass like caked onto it. A lot of it seems to have either fallen or been wiped off, leaving the mud stains where they once were. As you look at the back of the cart, nothing that you can see like through the covered wagon. It's completely covered, tarped, closed. But as the cart is getting further away, when it gets to maybe 60 feet past you, you can see the back of the tarp move as it lifted up from inside, and looking out towards you and the group, what looks like a dirty face. You can only see part of it, just the eyes peeking out. Young, maybe a child. Soon after it's almost like they were pulled away and the tarp was closed back in a haste by something or someone else.
It wouldn't. That looked like a person. Did y'all see that?
Why would a person be covered like that in the wagon? Like, what?
Uh,
Are they kidnapping
I'm
people?
I mean, I hate to think so, but they kind of seem like a shady bunch. But I mean, they were in such a hurry too.
In pursuit.
Somebody says this out loud, and then like RoboCop just
RoboCop, right?
Yep.
Like I really do imagine like some visor in pursuit.
Haste
She's still an
and just
artificer.
dashing
Her
after.
entire like armor. All right, so just like the most robotic, like chop, like hand chop arms, karate chop arms as she runs.
I run
Hmm?
with her, but obviously I can't run as fast as she can. But I just try my best. To,
Speed. All right.
yeah.
So what are you doing as you catch up, Persephone?
Halt!
The two guards defensively go for their weapons, their swords, as you sprint towards them. Their eyes like kind of what, like nervous as they take them out and point them shakily at you.
I am undeterred, and will fly over them if I need to.
Okay, so you just fly over them. Oh.
You know, like kind of like jump,
out of
but
reach of
actually...
their swords. Yep. Good. Gallo. What is it? Oh, as you fly over and land in front, or what are you doing? Landing on top of the cart? Where are you going, Persephone? You're faster than the cart, right?
Oh, sit next to him. Like, let's pull over so nobody gets hurt.
I'm.
And then you can explain. Mm-hmm.
He goes and she pulls up on the reins, almost like a bit too hasty, surprised at your sudden presence there. You just fall from the sky into the passenger seat next to him. I just swear it's not. I don't know what it is. What it is you want. What it is you. I'm.
Well, you see, my friend thought he saw a
Please.
person in the back, and that's a little unusual. And if he can explain, like, we're kind of worried and don't know what's going on, and you seem kind of suspicious. So I figured just instead of attacking you, we'd, explain, please.
He puts his his hands up. He lays down the reins and gets up out of the cart and I don't know what matters to you. You're wardens, aren't you? You should be fighting the fiends. He gets out of the cart and Bishop, you've since caught up. The two guards are still kind of angling their weapons at you, but the driver glares at them. A lot of good you both did.
Ezekiel would not be. He would be a little bit behind Bishop. The Crocs kind of, or not Crocs, the sandals kind of hold it down.
Mm-hmm. You obviously haven't been to Concordia in recent times, he says as he's walking towards the back. Just doing what I'm paid to do.
What are you paid to do?
To help. To get people out.
But why would you need to hide them? I don't understand.
You shouldn't go to the city. If you, well, I guess you wouldn't know. You're wardens. You have privileges. The gates of Concordia lock behind you. It's not a city anymore. It's a cage. He goes to the back and knocks on the wood. Don't be frightened. He speaks into the wagon as he uncovers it to reveal, it seems like 8 people, mostly women and children, hidden alongside sacks and other trade goods.
Do you? I mean, are y- are you here because you want to be?
One of the women clutches a child and nods. They it's not their fault. They didn't do. They're helping us.
But why is the city? Is it not safe? What is? I I would like to understand. Because to me,
You
it
don't
looks
know.
like you were being kidnapped, and that's
No,
why.
not at all. We're being saved. We're being taken away from that place before it gets overrun too.
Where exactly y'all headed?
Away, the driver says.
Away.
Further south. Somewhere safer. That's all that matters.
Y'all part
Ever
of
since
that.
the last time that. Since whatever catastrophe happened north of. At the line last. Well, the fiends are near breathing down our necks in Concordia. People started to flee. And so the walls, the gates were closed.
Okay.
Why? What's happening? Is everything okay?
I don't know. I. It. They're keeping people in Concordia. They're trying to escape. That's what this is. They've paid these men to take them out of the city, south, where. But I don't. Why would
And
they try to hold the population there in Concordia? Why would they?
The city is the vein that feeds the line. The resources, food, weapons, supplies that make it to the line all flow through Concordia. And so, well, they're trying to keep people there, to keep it's not everyone wants to flee, certainly some, but it's I don't know. It's a mess and I'm doing what I feel is right.
Who do y'all work
Yes.
for? Um, Bishop remembers that there was the Silver Cross people that were evacuating.
Yeah.
But I don't think he noticed any markings on this vehicle.
No, none on this
So
view.
so he's curious, like, who they work for.
If
If it's
possible, I just want to say it, like, if possible, could I start having Fred like approach them, like figuring out what's the holdup?
yeah, sure. I I promise we mean no ill intent, but I can't. If I were to tell you, I don't know your intentions. If I told you that, then and you went and exposed them, everything could be gone, and more people would be trapped. I don't. Please don't make me tell you.
I'm sorry, Bishop. I was just thinking that, you know, nobody belongs, facing this threat if they're frightened. It's no good. It's no use. if they don't want to fight, they can't. You know, like you.
It's not just fighting, it's everything. You can go in. Well, it's different for civilians than it is for the soldiers of the Republic, the nobility, or even you can enter if you wish, but for people like these, Concordia has no exits. Every serviceable citizen is needed. For the front, the fields, or the forge. Then those in charge feel that if the populace were allowed to flee, well, that would just hasten the fall of the line, the fall of Concordia and the Republic. So they've closed the gates, enacted curfews, and other means of ensuring that the line receives the fuel it needs to continue the fight.
Well, I only ask because I came across another organization that would evacuate people, and was curious if you were associated. But that's you don't got to tell me, or any of us. I guess.
He covers his heart with his hand and gives you a slight, like, half bow. Thank you.
You said they. Who decided this? Who decided this unspeakable?
It's the elites, the ones in charge, the nobility. I don't know if the directive came from Pax or not, but the ruling class in Concordia are the ones that made the edict to close the gates.
This can't be right. This isn't how. We don't treat people this way. I mean, everybody's. That's not.
Well,
Persephone is completely shocked at this and horrified and has, basically fallen silent. Just.
I understand you have to be on your way, and
And if you could, please, for them, he says, looking to the 8 or so frightened looking civilians there. Again, mostly were children, a lot of them also caked in dirt, and maybe this whole look was perhaps done to camouflage the cart and these people as they were smuggled out. If you could not mention this, forget me, them, all of this.
No,
At least when you're in Concordia, there are those that would rather, well, there are those that don't appreciate what we're doing, let's just say. As I'm sure you could understand.
Ezekiel's going to look not only at him but at those in the back. Absolutely, you have my word.
Thank you.
I understand you have to be on your way. I'm going to do kind of like a hand move, hand movement at them.
Mhm.
Help and protect. You all be safe, okay?
I'm sorry, but do you wouldn't happen to have any food?
Oh, don't worry. I can supply you all with food.
The eyes of these refugees being smuggled go wide behind the caked masks of mud that they wear.
Listen, I have food for you for the next. It'll only last for about a day's time, okay? The food, however, or the water will last. So I would suggest you eat Phil, now it's not anything good. It doesn't taste any sort of way, but it'll keep you nourished.
They nod excitedly. The driver, go and get some of those buckets out. He says to the guards who go to the sides of where the cart and begin to untie where some buckets were tied up with ropes and such.
Perfect.
They bring them
Buckets,
over.
baskets, anything works.
They bring
Ezekiel's
them
going
and
to cast create food and water into them.
you cast the spell, the food and drink appearing magically, miraculously, as the as those being smuggled, as well as the smugglers. Eyes go wide as maybe they haven't witnessed magic like this, especially not up close. The dirty hands reach out, grabbing the gelatinous tofu-like substance and pawing it into their mouths gratefully as if it is the greatest meal they've ever tasted.
Ezekiel's going to look on as they eat with a smile, but kind of like a look on his face of not in a way disgust, more in the how people could be treated like this. Like, how is such a large city that he's looked forward to going to for so long treating people like this? It's gonna be more like a pity and a slight tinge of anger.
Yep. One of the child coughs a bit, gets pat on the back by their mother as they take the food from his hands and slow down. It's okay. There's enough. There's enough. Small
There's,
bites.
I promise there's more than enough. 30 pounds to be exact. I'm saying this to the I'm saying this to the smuggler.
Do
So
you know if as he takes some for himself? Do you know if this is all right for the horses? If
I
not,
haven't.
get some water to them at least. He says to the two guards who nod after cupping their hands and drinking from some buckets, bringing it up to the animals.
I've seen, I believe, a horse eat it before. I'm gonna look to the others. I think it's fine. Should be. I mean, it's kind of just sustenance jellified. It's kind of the best way I can put it. So, it'll do. But you keep you keep going. You get them someplace safe.
Thank you. Thank you for your understanding.
It's the least I could do. Um, Ezekiel's gonna pull out his prayer book and going to do like a kind of like a parting prayer for safety.
Okay.
And just how far is Concordia from here?
Say 2 days, day and a half if you're quick about it. Though and it's been about that long since we've had food and drink. It's not. It looks dire here. It's. I mean, there is. The city still has food. It's not desolate. It's not. It's just. He shakes his head, kind of like struggling for the words.
It's in a interesting state. This Concordia is definitely not as I remembered. Well, never
You-
been, but
Whatever it be, people shouldn't be brought to this at all. I care not the circumstance in there or not. This
Well, I mean, there must be some specific reason that they've sunk so low.
what to keep a wheel spinning, to keep funneling things. That's
I can't answer
horrible.
that, Ezekiel. We'd have to see it with our own eyes once we arrive.
Don't know exactly what's going on yet, so we can find out.
Fine.
And hopefully,
Thank you. With a chorus of thanks from the smugglers as well as those being smuggled, they continue. Child asks, "Does this mean we can ride without the covering for a bit, mister?" "Sure," he says. "Just for a bit, though."
Once they're out of earshot,
Mhm.
I kind of want to over to any one of the sisters.
Why not both?
Because I only have 2 eyes and I can't split them.
I mean,
Just he goes cross-eyed, just
I would be next to her.
I've-
I'd be
I've
trying to
trained
comfort
myself.
her.
Perfect. If
That's
you guys are
crazy.
next to each other, that's beautiful.
Yeah,
so-
I would try to
Typical Shaw
comfort her.
moment.
no one can sneak up on me.
If-
You're never
if
truly
I-
prepared until you cross your eyes.
I can look in all directions at once so I can see my enemies.
Um, if I recall correctly, one of you, I think Fred mentioned you are from Concordia. What would be happening there that would have, I don't know, such dire circumstances?
For some reason, Fred didn't like his tone and the way he was asking, but it's kind of the truth that's being pointed out. She shakes her head and she's just, again, we don't know. Yes, we're from there, but we don't know what's going on exactly.
I'm just curious about. I mean, you were born and raised, and you don't look like you're not that well off.
It's just, it's a beautiful city, and everybody was happy, and yeah, there's industry there, and lots of. I just don't understand why they would, why this would happen. It doesn't. Who would?
Do you
Wow.
know anyone more personally involved with the politics of the city?
He couldn't know, could he, Fred? He couldn't know that this was happening, right? This isn't something. He wouldn't do this. He wouldn't, would he?
I don't think he alone would have the word, but it is possible. More reason for us to go to Concordia and find out. And maybe we can. I don't know. But to say that they wouldn't, they're desperate. But it's only going to make things worse if we put people out there who don't know how to fight, who don't know how to defend themselves. It's just fueling the Bloodlands.
Yeah, we're just feeding it. It's not gonna get better. It's just worse. And you really think he would do that? You think he did this?
No, I don't think so. But again, I don't know. I don't think he would be that stupid to make a decision like that.
Well, hi. Like I told Ezekiel, maybe it's something that was necessary due to the circumstances.
But even being that desperate, no, it's stupid. They're not going to survive. They're just going to keep feeding it. And they're going to make
Disgusting.
the line Sorry, you were saying?
No, no, don't mind me. Nothing important. Ezekiel's just scowling.
Thank you, Ezekiel, for feeding them, and I'm so sorry. I don't know what's. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't need thanks.
I
That's
don't understand. What's the big deal here?
well.
The people of Concordia
Peop-
are slaves. They're trapped in the city. They're not allowed to leave, even if they don't want to be there. They're being forced to work and fight. That's not.
And those
It's their
situations
home, isn't
could.
it?
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I am not from Kia. Where I'm from, much smaller. Your big cities of Kia are wild to me. But we had tribes, and we had conflict with other tribes, and when an enemy came to your territory, came knocking at your, it was all hands on deck, as it. I mean, certainly the Republic has conscription, right? I don't know how. Anyone know how their army? How is this any different?
But they had to smuggle children out. Women and other
What if
folk.
they believed that whatever was out here would be worse than whatever they could try to protect them within the city itself?
Look, as I don't know, I'm just saying it just makes sense to me that if you're living in a house and your house comes under attack, then anyone living there should defend the house. I guess.
Oh, no, we didn't. We didn't want them to go around.
Oh.
Around the.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, it did take a lot of effort for.
I kind of doubt they'd be able to burn or cut through.
Right,
Uh,
right, and yes, you're right, Ezekiel.
To be fair, the logical thing to do would be just to go around. So, I mean,
right.
it did take a lot of effort on our parts to not go around. It was a team effort, really.
Oh dear, you're right, and
Yeah, you know what? It absolutely was.
I mean, I don't know about Concordia. It seems like some of you do. Is it defensible? I mean, more defensible than an open field, let's say.
well, yes, but I mean, if you want to leave, you should be allowed to. That's all. I mean,
Even if it means Concordia falls.
what is a place if the people who live there are just, well, being sacrificed?
Well, I don't know.
Confined and
Um,
without a choice. I do believe that people should have a choice in this. Not everyone is
Like
capable of fighting or defending.
What I heard, he said, the fields, the front, and the forge. I don't know why he chose to go with that much F, but it didn't sound like it was just for fighting. Some of it seemed like maintaining, well, food and supplies to those that are fighting. I'm just saying it might not be as bad as it sounds, or as that seems. And I can sort of understand, if you're responsible, not just for yourselves or each other, but the entire nation, perhaps even the plane, would it make sense to just relinquish Concordia, to give it up? I don't know. Because realistically, I mean, as far as I've seen, what's between us and Pomona? If they take Concordia, how long would Bloodlands right in the heart of the Republic. There's nothing else in between.
You know what? You brought a fair point.
I can't afford to think like that. Concordia cannot fall, and we have to
Yes.
establish
Well,
communication
maybe-
first and foremost, but
I believe whoever made that decision, whether it be this he that you allude to or whomever, probably has the same line of thought. Concordia cannot be allowed to fall.
Okay. Well,
But I don't know. I'm just, were it my tribe, the children would be handed weapons and sent to the front line as well. So you Kians are particularly kind when it comes to.
wow.
Well, I mean, how do you think I got my
know,
first taste of combat? It's right along my father.
you are
He
you
looks
are
back.
quite strong. Were you always this strong?
Well, of course not.
I actually rather I have a couple of questions for you later, but I've
No, I
calmed down
I
a
was.
little bit.
Of course not. It took years to get where I am now. And like, when I was young and inexperienced, scrawny, I might have been about, perhaps, but I worked hard and.
Huh. Regardless, perhaps we judge the situation once we get there before we all get extremely upset and still that feels wrong. I get it.
Well, if something's wrong, we just smash down the walls and. Simple. No need
Oh, you
to
know
get
what?
all twisted up about it.
You're right. We'll just blow up the walls
Yeah,
if need be.
simple.
No. Okay, Ezekiel, you had reason before he started speaking.
Ezekiel's
Fiends or
just
smash the
kind of
walls. Either way,
smiling.
we're going to something, but we're not going to do it from
Something's
here.
gonna get blown up, that's for sure.
Fred is gonna whisper to Persephone. If once we figure out the thing with the wardens, then it might also be important to follow up with father and maybe her. Maybe there is something we can do about it.
You're right. That does sound like a good course of action. I don't
Not
think
one.
he's here, but she might be.
Fred, I guess, was kind of stiffens for a moment. We'll have to figure that out when we get there. First and foremost, we have to see the wardens as well. See how bad it really is.
Right, yeah. There isn't really time to. I can think about it and walk.
And so you guys continue to walk. Otir is eating some of that nice, tasteless tofu.
So, you're not from Kia.
No, not at all. Eventually, from pretty far beyond its western borders. Maybe a bit to the south too, I don't know. Well, we
You said where?
pretty far out west, I'd say.
Oh, okay. I don't. I grew up in a small village, middle of nowhere. I didn't exactly get a geography lesson, so um, I'm
I can
still trying to
relate.
figure out what all is where, you know.
Not exactly a village so much as, well, we sort of moved around, followed the herds, and fought with other tribes for good farming land until, you know, the fiends came and ruined all the good times.
Huh. So you were a nomadic, I think the word is.
Sure,
Whatever. I guess I don't know. But
got
besides the
mad
point.
plenty, but
Huh. That's crazy. So you just moved around.
yeah, we just moved around and, made, over the years, made friends with other wandering tribes, made enemies with other wandering tribes as it goes. And then when the fiends started coming, for a little while there, a oddly serene couple of weeks, all of the tribes of the land were united against a common foe, although it wasn't too long before, well, that ended.
What
And,
um
I mean,
if you don't mind me
d-
asking.
d- d-
What
well, didn't know what we were up against.
right,
Weren't exactly equipped to. I mean, we fought them,
right.
beat back plenty, but, the rifts are what the rifts are, and as
Endless
much as many
numbers
have
and all
tried, you
that.
can't exactly just smash those to bits. So
Well,
we
I'm
overwhelmed,
I'm sorry.
overrun. Some fled, many didn't, and I ended up making my way east and joining up with the wardens.
Oh, um
Almost by
I'm
chance,
sorry to hear
honestly.
that.
It's fine. Many, those who did perish, went out exactly as they would have wanted to. On the fields of battle, fighting, protecting their home. Do want to
Right.
reclaim it one day, though I don't know how much of it is even recognized at this point.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's exactly the kind of thought and dream that just keeps me moving forward. When you can't look at what's right in front of you, sometimes you look a bit beyond.
Right. That's oddly probably one of the most horrific stories I've heard of anyone here, and the most inspiring at the same time.
Kind of raises an eyebrow, takes a munch out of one of the tofu cubes. Of just like, it's just what happened.
Very different from, well, everything. We grew up way different. I didn't have a weapon when I was young.
Yeah, I just grew up in the same place, studying the religion and the ways of hell and kind of just religious rites. That was most of my time was just hanging out with my family and friends and village goers and such.
Imagine if you did have a weapon, though. How would that have gone?
It would have been nice. I would have left, maybe.
I
Hmm.
don't particularly know what I would have used a weapon for, besides probably some stupid stuff with cousins, but you know, um,
Hmm. I think it's better that I didn't have a weapon.
yeah,
Stephanie,
I
can you
think the
imagine?
same for me. Well, I'm gonna look at Fred. You'd probably have done just insane amounts of damage to nearby architecture or something. I don't know.
You've always had a weapon.
Little
What are you
Fred.
talking about?
No, yeah, she is a weapon.
Depends on the way. I am. Thank you. I know. That was the problem, apparently.
I
Because
was
gonna have
going
a
to say
big
you
grin
probably
after
didn't need
saying
it.
that.
Well, I'll
I
have you
mean-
know, I didn't always have these, and then she's gonna kiss her biceps. I had to work hard for these.
From what I heard, you were just climbing on trees since you were practically a babe. It's no small feat of strength. I doubt you were a normal
No,
child.
it's. I definitely don't know if I had a.
Is Frederica doing muscle ups out of her crib?
She's not even escaping the crib. She's just doing muscle ups.
Yeah, she's just doing muscle. That's the most jacked baby I've ever seen.
You simply could not be contained.
Yeah, that's probably why I mainly never left my room, huh? Well, I did find new ways to bother Mother, but it was never really worth it. Well,
A little
sometimes.
prison break right there.
Yeah, whenever I got the chance to go outside, I would. If I could sneak out, I would. But majority of my life, it seemed like, well, nothing like it is now. I get to go outside and be outside and do whatever I want and hit things, and not really do whatever I want and hit more things and get thrown into the sky. Things that I never thought I would be able to do. And I mean, more than that too, obviously. But
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. See Concordia. I think, anyways. But
You know, I was
we have other
excited just
priorities,
to
of
see a
course.
big city, but you know, with the humanitarian crisis going on, that's maybe not my main focus now.
I mean, it's still there. Hopefully. I hope.
Yeah, and hopefully the shock and awe is worth having.
So you all know a bit about this Concordia place, or at least some of you. So who's this? So you said you grew up there. So who would these this ruling class be that would have made this choice?
Friend's gonna look at Persephone.
Persephone is going
Wait.
to kind of reluctantly raise her hand and then drop her arm.
Yes, Persephone, you may speak.
Ah, no. Hello. It would be, and I point at Fred and myself.
Frederick, you.
No, it would be.
You made. Then why are you so
No,
upset?
no, I did not make this decision. I would never make this decision.
No.
Well, you see, the thing is, it would be, and then she looks back to Persephone.
You can.
Well, we don't really know, you know? We can find out. So, who knows, really?
Okay, we don't know if it is directly related to us or not, because we don't know who made these choices, but we are the daughters of the people who would make these choices, who could have made these choices. We're hoping not, but
Yeah, like our father,
No.
maybe.
Who is? Should I? He goes to Ezekiel. Should I know who their father is?
I mean, I don't even know their father, so I'm assuming that's.
Are they saying they're princesses?
Assumedly, I don't. Maybe. I don't know. I think they called him the mayor or something at one point.
The mayor.
I don't know.
What is that?
I'm just gonna give him a shrug.
I don't know. We had the chief of my people.
Yeah, it's like that. We had
Like,
Yes,
Well, it
we are
wasn't a chief. We
princesses.
had a
Wait,
elder.
How did you know?
heard me.
Such observational skills. Yes, I can hear you. You're right there.
There are few that do not know Senator LaRue in PAX, that's for sure.
He's a senator?
Councilman
I mean,
now.
listen, whatever you call your elders, okay? It's,
Oh, that's right. He did get that promotion. I
Fine.
completely forgot about that.
So he's
Oh
little
my
bit
gosh.
bigger than a senator.
No! No! It's. No.
Yes, so you did receive word that your father is now one of the two co-consuls,
Yeah, I remember now.
which is
Oh my God.
basically like, you know,
Back in Pomona
the
days.
highest that you can get.
I mean,
Consul, that is interesting, and I mean, that would make it more likely that he would have at least heard something from Concordia and had a say in some form of way.
Maybe he didn't have accurate information. You know, one can hope.
Wardens
If-
also have a thing of with communication, and you know, who knows? Maybe there's someone in Concordia that's kind of doing their own thing, regardless of.
but it would be like if your chief or my village elder just didn't happen to know what was going on within.
Well, if it was like they had like a raiding party, did your village have raiding parties?
No, we did have factions that went out to protect other
Sure,
villages
yes, and if
nearby.
that faction
I guess
ended up in a
that-
bit of a spot, you're not exactly going to wait for word from the village chief to make a decision, right?
Well,
Whoever's in charge of that scouting or raiding party would be the one in charge. Maybe the same kind of thing is happening here.
yeah,
I don't know.
They could openly communicate, but you know, it doesn't.
Or maybe there's a
particularly matter. Pretty
rebellion
much-
going on in Concordia right now.
No, that would not be a
There
good idea. Oh my God, if there's a rebellion.
Fred,
Oh.
Rising up would be
This-
not great considering timing.
If there is, do we smash?
Okay, that is extremely unlikely. Based off of what the gentleman said before, they still seem to have their bearings in Concordia, so I doubt a rebellion is going on.
I mean, maybe it did, because this all feels a little familiar to me.
What do you
Was
mean?
there a rebellion before?
No, I mean, there was a Fred before.
It does feel like no. You
I'm
know?
very concerned.
is going on here?
Mhm.
Wait,
What
What did
what
Mother
kind of
do when
missionary
Fred
is this?
rebelled? She locked the doors and the windows.
It's
and got
making
some
sense.
bars.
So it's not father, but it is mother.
So y'all are saying
Connecting
that
or something.
they're children that are getting punished. That's what you're saying.
Well,
No,
I mean, if you consider the
Well-
citizens of Concordia children, I suppose.
Perhaps not the punishment that's being administered, but more the way
Reasoning?
that it seems the mother goes about things.
you will do what I say, and that is it. Hmm.
but
Eats tofu
not
while
like
judging
they're-
silently.
it's not like their mother's counselor, counselette. I don't know. Whatever that
Well, if they
thing
hold
is.
if they hold such a status, then it wouldn't be unlikely to believe that if her mother was present in Concordia, that she would be the one making the decisions there.
Mother is.
I don't know. Listen, politics
Special.
are beyond me. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna.
I
go
agree
into completely.
wholeheartedly, Ezekiel. The passion.
There's too many people, too much power all in one spot. I'm just used to
You
my
have to
village
fake.
having.
You can't act a certain way or speak a certain way. If someone says something weird and you make a face, all of a sudden you don't know how to control your emotions, Frederica. Sorry.
I suppose.
You sound like a
don't-
handful, Fred.
Ezekiel just has like a really weirded out look on his face, and he's just gonna start munching on some tofu.
No, yes, yes.
Nothing like my village. No, I don't.
We'll just have to speak with her if that's what's happening. It will be. It'll be well. Everything will be okay. Maybe. I think.
Well, if she's there, then that means she didn't leave either. I don't know.
Would you want her to?
I don't know. For her safety, but
Realistically, what's she going to do? Shout at them?
maybe.
I mean, maybe that is enough.
Fred's like, that might just work.
You know, you guys are painting your mother out to be a deeply scary person.
No, she just
Yeah.
she cares
Intimid-
so much about her daughters
Everything.
and everyone and
Mm.
everything. She just cares
Mhm.
a lot, very
She
much.
cares so much that she would lock them in the um in the city while it's being potentially overtaken.
I mean, I'm hoping
That's
not,
kind of
but
it's kind of extreme.
Sounds familiar, you know? Maybe a little bit. I don't know.
And as you guys continue on your way, we'll pick up after the break with you guys' approach to Concordia. Is there anything that you guys want to do? Talk about? Anyone want to have some chit chat? Or are we just walking?
Frank's not really like talking, but she's pondering. She's heard a lot of gossip on the block about these people that could be potentially related to her, so she's just kind of thinking on it all.
Mhm.
And thinking about, hey, maybe I'll recognize this city when I get there. Who knows? Yeah, she's gonna like hang back here, but she's not gonna not
Gotcha.
talk if people talk to her.
So, what's it like to be a princess? Persephone, Fred. Oh, okay. Don't forget I asked.
I mean, you know, we're not really. I mean, I don't know if I would use that term exactly.
What are you talking about, Persephone? Of course we're princesses.
Wonderful, I would imagine.
I wouldn't know.
Have you thought much on the subject of being a princess?
Yeah, suggestion? Do you want to be a princess?
Oh, me?
You said wonderful, I suppose. And just.
Well, I would imagine.
Hmm.
So you do want to be a princess. Interesting.
No, not particularly.
A prince, then.
A princess or a prince doesn't hold too much power in their position. It's
Then a king.
let's not.
What did
get
you
ahead
say?
of
A
ourselves.
consul is what you called it? Is that what Kia uses? Does Kia use? That's what you said. They don't use a king. Or...
Consul.
It's like your chief, I guess, of the entire country. That's. Could he possibly keep an eye on everyone? My tribes had no more than maybe 5 or 6 dozen. It was easy for the chief to keep track of who was there and act swiftly if someone stepped out on. Can't imagine how someone governs much more than that.
With help, obviously. You know, it's what, the laws are for, and the guards and towns.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it's. I don't think it'll work.
It has been working. I mean, aside from the fiends, but they don't listen. Obviously, they're not following the laws of Kia.
In a manner of speaking, I wouldn't imagine everyone follows all the laws of Kia, especially not in packs.
I mean, if we're. Like, honestly, those people that we just passed by, they were. Were they?
Prime example.
And you said it worked, but you agree with someone that does not follow the laws of the system that claim works. But how does that work?
How do you decide who's chief?
Well, generally, whoever's strongest. Whoever can keep the rest of the tribe in line. The rules are decided by the chief. They change with the chief. And the chief changes once he is unable to lead effectively. If he does not protect the tribe, if he does not bring prosperity, well, a new one rises, takes his place.
Okay, well, we don't decide who leads us based on that. We have a bunch of, senators and such that decide laws, vote on laws. They have ideas for laws, and then they, you know, decide which laws are good, which ones are bad, and right now we don't know what's happening in Concordia. Obviously, it's not normal, whatever it is, and so maybe it doesn't work best in this scenario. Not really sure. It worked previously, though, and our suggestion said yes, people do break the law. But it's not just the chief or, consul who upholds the law. We all have a responsibility to.
But he points back over his shoulder down the road where that one, the smuggler and the smuggler is. Since gone. You decided not to uphold the law there.
I'm
In fact,
unaware
Ezekiel
of any
promised not to say anything about it. I think you all did.
Well,
I
you
don't
see,
care one way or another.
there is
I'm
no
the
law
country.
that I'm aware of that says that they can't leave Concordia. And until I've been told otherwise by someone official, that law doesn't exist.
And further
Hmm.
beyond that, my teachings are above any law that might be put in place that I think are unjust. That is, I'm not gonna drag women and children back into a
Your
little town.
teachings
Why don't
tell you that you think are unjust.
Absolutely.
Helm
No, that
does
doesn't
not
sound.
give you the power to break the
No,
laws. of the
hold on,
land.
hold. I might be interested in this help guy. I've always kind of like, I'm not quite directly head on approach this subject, but they're saying that this god lets you decide what is just and what is not and act on with all, and it
No.
gives you all the power that
Whoa,
you
It's
have.
whoa,
complete farce. There's
whoa,
no
whoa,
way.
whoa, whoa.
Hold on, let the
No,
boy speak.
the protection of those who are in need of it is
Mhm.
what Helm teaches, right? You put yourself in harm's danger to protect those who can't protect themselves,
All
right?
right. Well, let me paint a
So,
scenario, and maybe you can tell me. So, what if you had a criminal? It's about to be.
mhm,
That's about to be punished. Maybe put to the gallows or swung. He's
right,
certainly in danger. Does Helm decree that you
well,
protect this man?
no, if he
No.
deserved what was coming to him, then so be it. If he was a violent criminal. Now, I would say if he was a starving man who was being unfairly punished for stealing food, that would certainly be a different circumstance.
Mm.
But he
Sounds
stole
way too complicated.
regardless.
Sounds far too complicated. There are way too many clauses and
It's
footnotes and asterisks there. I don't.
My point exactly.
the someone morality thing. I don't. It's not a. You know.
While I
My
do
people.
believe there needs to be a balance of things, I think if you're not harming anyone, like the people in the caravan that we saw, then it should be okay. I still feel like everyone should still be able to make their decisions and they're not harming anyone. So regardless of the law, I Helm or whoever you decide to follow, I don't know. That's more of a personal code, no?
Yeah. I mean, sure.
It's okay to break, a few laws if it's in the name of a greater law, which is,
Absolutely.
well,
I mean,
Who decides? I mean,
who
I don't.
decides?
Which law is greater than another?
Well, I guess that's in the eye of the beholder. I view my God's words higher than the law of some noblemen.
I find
We
it
shall
interesting that
see
you look
then,
to a
Nigel.
single.
Yeah,
My
we
people
shall see
weren't
in
really much
Concordia.
for. Tyr thinks this is giving me a lot to think about, and I'm not sure if I can wrap my head around it. You mentioned it not hurting anyone. What if... What if their decision to leave did end up hurting people?
I think they should have the freedom to choose. We can't really foresee the consequences of our actions until after sometimes, but I think confining someone to a place that they are not willing to be in is, from experience, not the best thing. I think it only just scares people, and from what we know so far, I don't think it's the correct decision. I don't really uphold, or I do uphold the law, of course, but if something doesn't sit right with me, then I'd want to do something about it. I'm not always right either. God knows I'm not, but I still try to follow my own code or make it as I go. Or I try to do right.
Right. And that's pretty similar to what I'm doing. I'm just doing what I was taught and I believe is right.
You know,
And I think helping them get away was absolutely the right thing to do, regardless of my faith. I think personally it was also the right thing to do.
What if everyone left Concordia? Your mother stayed. And as a result of everyone leaving Concordia and your mother staying, cost her life. The others made their choices. They did what they thought was correct. But your mother stayed to try to keep everything in order. And it eventually cost her life. What then?
I do not believe my mother to be a stupid woman. I think she's calculating. She knows what she's doing for the most part. I think, anyways. And if that was her decision to stay, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. For one, I think it's important to continue trying, when all is lost, to be the hope, to continue forward. Sounds stupid, but maybe she's doing it in her own way. Maybe she's wrong. But it's still her choice. And I did
Also,
warn her.
I feel the wants and desires of everyone else that would live in Concordia, which is, I'm presuming, a very large population, should not be halted by one woman wanting to stay.
well, I mean, Otia made some good points about,
Oh,
you
did?
know, yes.
Yep.
Basically, it all kind of very much breaks down to the people themselves in Concordia and how important Concordia is to the rest of the Empire. Because if all the farmers leave, then there's no food. And sure, people who want to stay could try, but they wouldn't be as efficient as the actual farmers who know the trade and craft and everything involved. And the same thing for the blacksmiths and forgers. So there's the fields and the forges, but they both feed the front line. And so without those, it falls. And there is no
Hmm.
Concordia. There is no line. It's all just... it
In some
crumbles.
way, these laws that make the Republic, make Kia what it is, that you say as well, is the opposite of what you said. Laws are kind of the opposite of freedom, are they not?
Yes, they are the opposite of freedom. We aren't free to harm each other. I mean, you technically could. You could. You could harm me right now if you wanted. You could take your hammer and attack me if you so wished. But, the
You
laws
can try.
say that you... okay.
Hmm.
Well, I'm
Roll
not saying to actually
disadvantage.
try.
Yeah, it seems like it gets the same kind of messy thing that Ezekiel was talking.
Well, I just mean you do have free will. Like, laws don't remove your ability to do whatever you wish. You
Course.
can break the law. But, we have the laws so that people don't think it's okay to go around harming one another.
You have the laws to keep, it's what makes this place what it is. It's what keeps people civil, I guess. It's what makes the Republic in a way. Just like Ezekiel's code and the laws of his God are what makes him who he is. Or guides him, I think. That's
Right.
what made my tribe was teaching and my chief. If
Hmm.
did not enforce those, though, if we did not have those, then we're just what? Individuals. With nothing to bind us.
I think most people are stronger together. You know, obviously this group is much stronger than I alone am. Because all of you have different strengths and, you know, if we didn't follow these codes, we really couldn't work together very well.
As you are walking, you crest a hill and you can see there in the distance, just on the horizon, far below, far away, the sun setting on, well, your left as you look towards Concordia. The city itself, little more than a speck on the horizon. The surrounding townships and villages, you can see the manicured and tended to farmlands. Much too far away to make out any detail. Maybe less than a day's travel away. To continue at your pace, you probably would need to rest, but would get there fairly early in the morning the following day.
Are we deciding if we're resting or keep going? Sorry. I'm just,
It would
I
take
can
you
and afford
probably
an
until
exhaust.
you would be approaching, like, you'd be arriving. You'd have to walk, like, all through the night, probably to sun up to get there.
Oh. Hmm.
We don't know what is waiting for us in Concordia. It would probably be best to be fully rested, no?
Come this far. It doesn't look like it's on fire, at least.
No, and they did say that it was okay for the most part, so it's not a direct. Yeah, you're right, Francesca. We should probably rest up tonight.
Alright. So, as you guys rest up for the night? Anything, or we just time skip? You should be reaching Concordia very early the next morning.
Um, I am personally fine with the time skip, but I don't want to speak for the group.
Yeah, I'm good with time skip too.
Okay.
Me as well.
So, as you approach, you wake up the next day and you continue the road into Concordia. And perhaps a little surprising, especially because of what you had seen and encountered before, there are a few inbound travelers, people trying to get into the city itself. You see, as you approach and pass by fields and rising from the plain like a marble citadel. The marble white walls bathed in the early light of the morning. Large towers, spired tower, crest above the rooftops, and at a distance you can see the domed structure of what Fred and Persephone you know as the form of its copper and bronze domed glinting the early sunlight and almost at points reflecting near directly into your eyes from the glare. A queue of citizens stretches outside of the gates, and uniformed Republican guards are slowly allowing them in. There seems to be a process and an extensive search of personnel and carts, wagons that are entering the city. Before entering, there is also a posted warning. Maybe feeding into your fears, confirming them. A wooden board with painted letters, read in bold military script. All citizens are called to support the unauthorized exodus is treason. Despite this ominous sign, there are still those that come in. Some seem to be merchants, some seem to be refugees, maybe fleeing other places. And despite the warning sign, see Concordia as a safe haven.
Why would I'm going to ask suggestion? Why would merchants be going into Concordia if they're not legally allowed out?
Merchants going into Concordia to deliver goods, perhaps?
Well, that makes sense, but that's kind of a one shop stop.
That other wagon got out somehow.
Well, the sign mentioned without reason. I would imagine they would have a reason.
Does say unauthorized.
Yes, if they are merchants,
Right.
then they must come and go to get their goods.
Okay, so
If anything, that's
authorization.
probably the exact reason how the last one got out.
Yeah, that might be how that one got out. But remember, we're not supposed to talk.
No, absolutely.
As you stand and the line gets shorter and shorter, you notice that standing near these guards, a plethora of Republic guards, is an older man dressed in military garb. At least it looks like sort of like ceremonial. Though he seems far too old to be a soldier, maybe in his 60s or 70s. His face and arms are scarred, and he carries a cane, which he's currently holding in both hands and using to partially support himself. He stands tall and proud. Frederica, Persephone, could you both make perception checks, please?
Yeah, 6.
Good. Fred's just staring at this sign.
Hmm.
17.
Persephone, you recognize this man as Lord Oryx Valdane, a man of old military lineage. He's one of the high-ranking nobles. His family probably at least on par with what the LaRues were prior to your leaving. Very duty-bound individual. He's an honor. He's a stoic and respected man and commands a retired legionnaires authority. You know that he's very popular amongst the guards and soldiers of Concordia and its civic engineers. And from what you remember, not so much popular amongst the merchants and other nobles. He's very much on the mind that, you know, of funding a strong defense and militia, which might lead to higher taxes on some of these merchant folk. He's standing there and kind of just he's watching those, observing and supervising, it would seem. The people in front of you, you noticed, are being asked questions by the guards, and when questioning ends.
That.
What? What? What did you say? Dude.
Nothing.
Okay. And once the questioning ends, you watch as they take, looks to be a stamp, dipping it in warm red wax and applying it to the bicep of the individuals walking in. Now it is the 8 of you. Alright. Next, step forward. Hold on. Over here, we have some armed ones, it looks like. Who are you?
We're a Kieran group with the Wardens.
Well, I'm actually Otir with Chimera Group. Just notice. Lord Valdane, we have more wardens here, or at least they're purporting to be. He walks over slowly.
Oh, Lord Valdane. It is so good to see you. And Persephone is going to bow a little to him. Curtsy, technically.
It isn't. It isn't the little LaRues. I would recognize those faces anyway. Ah, yes. I can vouch. At least these two here. As for the rest of you, I assume you have your proof.
Well, we can vouch for them. They're with us.
Yes, and that certainly does go a good ways, but there are and practices, Frederica.
Oh, I do believe we have a sending stone amongst us.
That will do.
So,
So
who has
no, I
it at this
don't.
point? Okay.
Hmm?
I'm assuming
We
Bishop.
do not have a sending stone.
No, what?
Us?
Someone has it. You guys, did you left it with her? Did you?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I gave it to
Um,
Sunlar.
Didn't Sunlar give it back? Sunlar
Yeah,
gave it back.
Sunla wouldn't.
Yeah, he gave it back?
Did Did you give it to Velaveria or not?
No.
Did I give it to Velaveria? Me? God, no.
No, I don't think you did.
No.
Because
No one
Sumar
gave-
would have had his.
Yeah.
There would have been a
That-
second. There would have been a
Okay,
twin.
No. Yeah, that's right. I have the other one. Right.
Ugh,
Yes,
you know,
yes. Good.
I'll run
All
it.
right. Very well. These ones are good to pass. Priority level. He takes a step back as the guard approaches. Arms, please. He says, nodding to your sleeves as he holds a warm vat of wax and a stamp in the other.
stem for? Is it really necessary? Just curious. I'm not saying no. Just, you know.
It is to keep track of everyone. You are 31, which is free to come and go. Arms, please.
Stephanie will do what she's being asked.
Mm-hmm. Bishop as well. He'd get his arm ready.
Raise the sleeve and get stamped with the red wax. It's warm, not hot, but it marks you with an intricate seal that you notice would be fairly difficult to replicate.
So,
And
do they require skin to be showing?
so we got Persephone and Persephone Bishop.
I mean, like, I'll offer my arm, but I can't remove my armor, so I'm just gonna hold my arm out as it is.
Looks up at you, Francesca, as he comes over to you. Yes. He comes up, looks up at you, Francesca. Warforged. Yes, questioningly.
Yes.
He nods and stamps your armor and moves on.
Oh, nice. That'll do it.
So each of you get one of these wax seals stamped onto your bicep.
Some of us have
Yeah.
more impressive biceps than others. Just
Mhm,
saying.
He goes up to you. Can you try not to try not to cover the tattoo? He's like, over here would be fine. Yeah. Appreciate it. Well, it is good to see you again, young Luz. It would be better were it under better circumstances. Welcome home.
Oh, thank you. And of course, under better circumstances, it would be splendid. I'm so glad to see that you're still doing well, though. Inspiring the troops.
We shall weather this. We have Concordia. We'll see the future.
It's a relief to see you be so certain. And it's good to see you too. What can you tell us about? Can you give us a brief summary of what's been going on in Concordia before we go in? Do you know if
Well, I'm not sure how up to speed you are.
And we're
Matters of
not.
the Wardens. Some days ago, pushed back, it now resides a mere few hours north of Concordia. The last breach, the last collapse of the line a catastrophic one. And the Bloodlands ate up miles and miles, stemmed with more. Now we have wardens and public like holding that line on Concordia's door. We try to maintain as much civility we can here. Concordia and her people. Our true focus is outside of these gates, where it should be.
The other warden group. Do you know if they're still here?
Which one?
Hmm.
Chimera. Yes, I do believe some days ago. I'm not sure if they still reside in the city. They as well. Level 1 priority. I would assume they'd have made their way north. Perhaps. I cannot be certain. The warden leadership would know more than I on that.
Right. Well, thank you, and I guess back to business, huh?
Always business. Once this is all done, we'll have to have a nice dinner sometime. Like the old days.
Oh, that would be lovely. Thank you again. And do take care.
He nods, hand still resting on his cane as he returns his attention back to the gate as the individuals who are coming in behind you have their turn. You notice as you were talking or as you're leaving that never outside of like 5 or 6 feet, there is this personal guard that is surrounding Lord Valdane. He seems well protected. Maybe too well protected for just being out on just standing within the city wall. Maybe not. So, you guys are in Concordia now. Walking through the large gates.
Can I make a check to see if I recognize this? Does familiarity rush back to me?
Familiarity
Of my great city?
does
Catching
not rush back to you on that first stepping in. Although, like, that is at the forefront of your mind. The city itself within the walls is large, but not quite what some of you might have expected, like Ezekiel, and certainly not you, Suggestion. This city is nothing like Pax. It is not dense in most places. A lot of the area is it's less like a big city feel and more large noble estates that each have their own like housing area and units for those individuals that work the land of those estates. There is a city in town proper where there are merchants, restaurants, other goods and services, but for the most part, it has more of a like an agricultural wealth and less of like a big city wealth. If that makes sense.
I get you.
So more royal
Mhm.
farmland
Kind of. It's
thing?
like, well, like it's like
We're like in
it's
the
like
Hamptons or
wealthy.
something, Like, well,
But
So like
sure.
lords and their serfs.
Yeah, guys,
Sure,
you live in
yeah.
Hamptons.
More like that than the big hustle and bustle of inner city nobility that Pax Invictus has.
Okay. So how would it scale to Pomona in reference?
The by just sheer size, Concordia is a lot bigger. Pomona is a bit denser.
Yeah. Okay.
By size, Concordia is a lot larger, and it does take a lot more time to walk past each of these estates. At some point, you even lose sight of the outer city walls.
Okay.
It's
So it's like
very green, very like there's even fields of farms within the city wall, just outside of it.
right.
The city
Okay,
itself, like land size, is huge.
that's cool. So it's like estates, the lords, the serfs, the
Yeah.
okay. I see I like the
Yep.
vibe. That's cool.
And so there are like a number of carts and carriages that are being used for transport because it is the landmass does require. So, as you continue inward, you get this feeling. If you didn't know what was going on before, then it might not be readily apparent to you that there is something strange going on in Concordia. People are going about their business. It seems like they're working the fields, they're working their jobs. You can hear the sound of blacksmith hammers meeting anvils, the leathers sat out to tan. It's very busy. You do notice some distraught faces, and now that you are made aware of it, you do also notice the marks that adorn the arms of the populace. Looking at them, they look different than yours and different than others. Though there is one that seems to be the most prevalent, the most common. And judging by who you see it on, you can assume this is like the lowest priority level, those that probably have no means of exiting the city. You see a couple individuals reclining against a fence, wiping their sweat from their brow as they had just finished moving a large bale of hay, talking to each other. You overhear as you walk by them speaking about some noble that apparently fled the city in the middle of the night or something. Am I too quiet? Can you guys hear me?
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yep.
Okay.
I was gonna say something.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can almost cut the tension in this place with a knife. Everybody seems to be on edge.
Something definitely feels off. I mean, did you hear what they were saying?
Yeah, I got some of it. Seems like it's not just regular people fleeing, even nobles are trying to get out of here.
You ever heard them talking about? Basically, the feeling was, they're trapped here, but the nobles, they steal away under the cover of night. The other one kind of spits and, yeah, there's something going on at the old estate, but well, can't exactly leave now, can we? He says. They get back to work.
Frederica's gonna, I guess, approach them.
Mhm.
I mean, you can't leave. I'm sorry, I was overhearing your conversation. We just got to Concordia. Are you guys not allowed to leave?
No, not according to a new edict, he says, gesturing to the mark on his bicep.
Is it similar, the same one, the one that we have, or is it like slightly
It's
different?
not the same at all. No, it's similar in the fact that it's a stamped mark, but
Yeah.
it's definitely different. Notices the one on your shoulder. Ah, you got some that you know, I guess. You can come and go as you like.
Besides this for you. You know who's the one that made the order?
Knows what noble house or whether it came from Pax or whoever, it doesn't matter. Not the ones with the guards, with the soldiers. We have to do what we're told. Otherwise, we don't eat. Otherwise, we don't live. I mean, some people go along with it like the sheep. Some people, in fact, are happy to. I guess it is what it is. It's not like we're doing anything different. Not like I'd have anywhere to go anyway. But
How long has it been like this?
Wasn't long after whatever happened up north happened. This went into effect. There was a couple days where, I'll admit, it was a bit crazy. People trying to get as far away from here as possible. Lost probably a few hundred, if not more, before the gates were finally closed. Not long after, it was made well known that, well, no one was to leave. I mean, I gotta say, less than 2 weeks now, huh? Yeah, definitely less than 2 weeks. Maybe even less. Maybe even about a week. I moved so fast since then.
Around the time that's just kind of talking to herself. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you guys. Thank you for the information. And she's just gonna like nod her head back towards the group and continue walking forward. I mean, I know we knew it before, but just to have more confirmation that.
Yeah, it's as bad as we thought it is. Yeah.
It's just, I need to know what they're thinking. This is not a good idea at all.
A couple people run past you. It looks like maybe younger individuals, like mid to late teens. You can see they also have marks on their arms, but they're calling to each other, "Come on, come on!" And they turn a street and hurry away. Not calling to you, but calling to their little friend group. The way that they were dressed seemed rough, clothes a bit tattered.
Friend,
What is it?
do you think this would even be here if everyone was allowed to leave?
What, Concordia?
Yes.
Think instead of forcing people, we should be rallying them, encouraging them to stay. Those that don't want to stay shouldn't be forced to. But I don't know. I don't
I don't.
know we have.
And you? Doltier takes a couple steps forward and raises a hand to his ear. Sounds like there's some commotion coming on. Well, you guys are in Concordia now. Got the screams, cheers, or maybe. Did you say that there might be a chance of a rebellion? Or was that me? Did I say that?
Well,
Someone said that.
you're the one that said that.
I did
I-
say that,
I
didn't I? It sounds like.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Smash.
Oh, yeah. Maybe,
So-
maybe.
Hopefully, no smashing will be necessary.
Yeah, hopefully, maybe not. The first thing. Third, fourth.
Just tell me when.
No,
If there's anything else, if we don't have any better thing, I say that we should find whoever this. We should probably have asked where the warden leadership was, but till then, I'm gonna go see you about this noise.
Yeah. Well, where'd you hear it from? Ezekiel's
The
just
way
gonna follow.
those kids that ran by, they're heading towards it.
All
I
right,
don't
well,
know. This place is weird. There's just so much space and not much filling it. Sure, this is a city.
It's not at all what I thought it'd be either.
It's far prettier than what it seemed to. It seems peaceful.
I mean, it's just large farmland. It's kind of a
The houses are pretty.
oh, the houses are immaculate. I've never seen houses like this, but not the city that I thought it'd be. I mean, I was comparing it in my mind to Pomona. It's not.
Speaking of
As
immaculate houses,
oh,
as you approach and you can see this large crowd of civilians. Some of them look like refugees by their tattered and dirty clothes. Others seem like maybe merchants of the city or farmhands. All of them adorned with a wax seal on their shoulder and towards this elevated makeshift stage that stands in front of a smaller but no less immaculate estate. Frederica, Persephone, you don't know the name of the nobility that lived here, but you know that they were sort of like a minor noble house. What you do know, who you do recognize, is the woman standing tall in crimson and ivory robes, the golden sigil of House LaRue glinting at her shoulder. Her voice smooth and sharp as steel as it carries effortlessly over the gathered crowd. As your mother addresses the people before her. What are you guys doing?
I'm petrified.
Um,
I'm petrified.
I wasn't expecting to see her so soon, so abruptly. So I will stay as still as possible and listen.
You can't see me if I don't move.
That's a technique.
I'm sure whatever reason your mother has for doing whatever happening here in Concordia is reasonable, and we'll probably get the context in just a moment.
The crowd is live with a mix of both like patriotic cheering and concerned jeers. It's a cacophony, it's a loud noise, and yet regardless of which side the shouting is coming from, it all does die down a bit as she raises her hands, palms down, over the crowd. Citizens of Concordia, today I stand not as a noble, but as your sister, as one of you, as a daughter of this city, born beneath its proud spires, raised on its principles of strength, dignity, and perseverance. And today I name cowardice what it is. She gestures back towards the estate behind her. While some of our so-called peers slink away under the cover of night, slipping through gates bought with gold and shame, you remain. We remain. Concordia remains. The Republic needs not the weak-willed nor the weak-hearted. It needs you. The bakers who feed our soldiers, the smiths who arm them, the healers who mend their wounds, the mothers who teach their sons that honor is not found in fleeing, but in standing firm. As your new consul, my husband tends the Republic's beating heart in Pax Invictus. But here, in Concordia, beats its soul. You are that soul, and while others abandon it, I rise with it. This estate, she once again gestures behind her to the elegant manor house, once belonged to a noble who swore oaths of loyalty, but chose his coin over his country. He is gone. This house now belongs to you. It will serve as a refuge for those displaced, a shelter for those in need. Let it be. We who stay do not break, we build. I will not turn away. I will not forget the blood on the Asmodeus line, nor the sons and daughters we send there daily. For their sake, we must hold the line here as well. Let the rest of Kia see who truly honors the name Republic. Let them see Concordia, not as a city in peril, but as the jewel of our future, the gem that does not crack. Stand with me. Stand for our city. And when victory comes as it must, let the world know it was forged not in the marble halls of Pax Invictus, but in the unbreakable heart of Concordia. And as applause swells and more cheers than jeers, a few look at the manor house behind her. Wonder. As the cheers swell beneath her words, she pauses. She moves half a step too, as if to leave, her speech completed. But as her eyes sweep the crowd, they narrow, finding familiar faces. Her tone softens just a breath, and she steps back into the center stage. And yet, I would be remiss to not honor the sacrifices closest to my own heart. She raises an elegant hand, and the crowd quiets as she points outward beyond the majority of them, not in command, but with a maternal pride towards the sisters. My daughters, Persephone, Frederica, come forward. A murmur ripples through the crowd as some perhaps recognize the names. The daughters who defied their mother turned Rift Wardens, or so the stories go.
Persephone begins to walk forward,
The
proudly.
crowd begins to part for Persephone.
I was just clapping.
Yeah.
Going along with the crowd,
Frederica?
Uh, Frederica, she's still. It takes her a moment to kind of snap out of it. Her eyes kind of then follow Persephone and watching her walk forward. She takes a breath. Her heart is racing. She does her best to compose herself and begins to follow behind Stephanie and just kind of
As you-
fixated on her.
The two of you walk through the crowd that has split, carving a path directly towards the stage. You can feel the eyes on them, on you. How much you think of that, how much of that you feel judging or what have you is up to you. Lady LaRue's voice trembles just slightly. Years ago, they left Concordia behind, answering a higher calling than even I could. They took up arms with the Rift Wardens, not for glory, not for inheritance, but for duty. As you both approach, she turns slightly, offering the two of you the stage beside her. As she continues, while others seek to inherit lands and titles, my daughters took blood and burden. They stood on the front line. They bled for the Republic. They bled for you. As you two guys reach the stage, are you getting on stage? Are you?
I'm a good daughter. I'm doing what my mother would like me to do.
I'm a good
I-
daughter.
I support her message right now. I think she's right. I think that I
Okay.
believe in what she's saying, and so I am shocked that she's out here among them and that I'm seeing her. Maybe for the first, really seeing her. And I'm
A
in a bit of
patriotic
awe.
cheer breaks out as Persephone takes to the stage. Frederica may be behind her. Just stiffly.
She's good with her words, but there is truth behind them. So Fred kind of focus more on her how proud she is being a warden.
Yep. A patriotic cheer does break out for the two of you as you are allowed up to the stage. Help is offered by the aides of Lady LaRue, but you can choose to take or not. Over the cheers, her voice cuts over it, now swelling with pride. What greater proof is there of my family's loyalty than this? Not in word, not in idle promises, but in children given to the war effort. And though a mother's heart aches, I could not be prouder, because this... She clasps a hand over her chest, takes Persephone's hand in hers. This is what the Republic demands of all of us. Sacrifice, resolve, and the strength to smile through tears. She turns to her daughters. Warm affection in her eyes. Join me again, daughters. Let Concordia see what honor looks like. Let them see that our family name, that LaRue, we are not simply noble by birth, but by deed. The two of you are proof of that.
Is it I don't know, possible to do an insight check to see if she's being genuine.
Go ahead.
That's
and make
crazy.
An insight
Insight
check on
check
your mother in the middle
My
of all
mom
of this.
would never.
Mother.
It's just
That's
you
crazy.
know,
What
it's just,
That's my yo.
I
that's
don't
what I've been
trust this
saying.
bit.
no, I just like I you know, you never know.
While she does that, oh man.
I got that one.
She guides Persephone gently to one side so that she can then stand between the two of you. And as she's looking to Persephone, you're trying to gauge whether or not she's like the genuineness of this. But as she holds Persephone's hand in hers, and she looks back over to you, and your eyes meet for the first time, any sense of anything other than just you are that child again leaves you as she extends her hand towards yours. Though she does wear a smile, there's a flash of in her compels you to, not compels you, but it's that look that she has.
Yeah,
Look of
I give her
you're
my
not
hand.
going, do not. And she takes it, and not even with a small, almost imperceptible nod to anyone, she takes both of your hands and faces the crowd as they again erupt into cheers. The promise of at least one of the noble houses being on their side.
Fred's going to instinctively, like, kind of like yank her hand out almost. And she's gonna take out her weapon and kneel towards the crowd. With her weapon.
Mhm.
And she's going to say, I made my own oath to be here today, and as a warden, I want you all to know that I will do everything in my power, not just for my family, but for you all. And I will continue to strive for a better future. So we must work together. We have to choose to work together. And it has to be your choice. But stand by us. And Concordia will continue to go strong. And I shall see to it. My sister.
Initially, she clenches her jaw a little as you withdraw your hand from hers and about your own. But as you speak and as you kneel and address the crowd, she's the first to applaud your words. And as she begins applauding, so too does the rest of the crowd until you are awash in a sea of praise. And from your position here, there are very few jeers left to muddy the otherwise patriotic cheers that surround you. Anyone that had dissented before the speech began has either had their minds changed or simply decided to stay quiet. And as you rise to your feet again to stand beside your mother and sister, she places a hand between the shoulder blades of each of you to gently guide off stage. Francesca, can you roll a d20 for me?
While she rolling, can I kind of get a bit closer?
How close are you trying to get?
Say 30 feet.
Hey, 30 feet. This is gonna be to do.
All right, so suggestion begins to make his way closer. It is very close. And there is a bit of a buffer being created by soldiers between the LaRues and the rest of the crowd. As their mother guides them away, you do manage to get within 30 feet. What are you doing?
I would like to use my super secret,
Uh-huh.
totally nobody can tell.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay. Do. What school of magic is that?
probably one that she has some random thing that won't let her get it.
Oh, anything.
Divination.
Any divination? Yeah, no. You get nothing.
Damn it. First, these magical items that protect your mind.
I mean, they're fairly common, and
Yeah,
why wouldn't a
I mean, I'm
politician have
familiar.
this word? I'm familiar, he says.
I am literally familiar.
I am familiar with it as well. Clearly.
But it
Alright.
lasts a minute.
Yeah? Who do you want to read, like Fred's mind or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
What happened?
What happened? What's the surface thoughts that Fred's
It
having?
Ooh,
It's just-
what the fuck is
Hand it
surface
over.
thoughts?
That
Interesting
was
thoughts,
Fred's
interesting
surface
thoughts.
Um,
Suggestion
Okay,
recoils
oh,
a bit
shit.
in the fucking front of the
Just like,
crowd.
oh god! It's like Ezekiel getting the hawk screeching in his. It's just.
Yup.
I think it would be she's freaking out. Like like the hairs on her neck are up. Like she's like on full alert for. I just it's fine. She's just telling herself like, oh, just take a deep breath. One deep breath after another, and then she's doing a countdown. She's like, I can't. I don't trust her. I don't believe her. What's her goal? What's her opportunity? I don't know if those are deep thoughts or sure. That's my surface thoughts, to be honest. I'm
The
super
surface
sus.
thoughts of a barbarian, truly.
Yeah. All right. Francesca, hearing this woman speak, seeing her up there, it's not like it triggers like a memory that's come to full fruition in you and is clear as day by any means. In fact, none of that has happened thus far, which might be a little bit disappointing to you, maybe if you were expecting Concordia to instantly give you trigger memories. However, there is some part of you that feels like either you should have been up there too, or maybe you want to be up there too, or you're not sure. This whole thing is strange. Finding your part in all of this, whether or not you are actually there, Francesca. Regardless, you definitely have a feeling that answers one way or another must lie with that woman there, with their mother. Something, if you could get closer to her, interact with her a bit more. That's the kind of feeling that if there are answers to be had in Concordia, it
Yeah, almost in kind of like a trance, she'll follow through the crowd with suggestion just to like see where they're going and see if she can follow.
All right. And as they reach the bottom of the stage and walk a bit of a ways away, surrounded not tightly, but still surrounded by guards all sides, Lady LaRue leans slightly down to whisper, not leaning down at this point, I guess. You guys have grown. She leans in to whisper something to the sisters, her hand covering her mouth so that nobody else can see. That's what we'll pick up next time.